It's called the greatest setting in college football, and even if the skies open up, that pales in comparison to the purple rain that will be unleashed by the homestanding Washington Huskies. We have a ranked versus unranked battle coming up here, and you know how chaos can ensue if they start smelling an upset. As we see a squad from the Big 12, the TCU Horned Frogs, taking on the 20th ranked team in the land, the Washington Huskies. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. Time to get this game started. The Horned Frogs will kick it off to get us underway. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. So the Washington Huskies offense will have the first possession of the game. And here he is. Let me tell you about this wide receiver. He is a route-running DB, toasting, pass-catching, touchdown-scoring, woo, son of a gun.
I can't wait to see how this defense is going to try and corral this guy, because you play man-to-man, you risk him running right by you and catching the deep ball, but you play zone and you give him the opportunity to potentially make yards after the catch. You're going to have to be really careful trying to cover that dude.
Looking to move the chains. They throw it complete to the left. He's going to have enough to pick up the first down as they stop him at the 33-yard line.
When you're a playmaker like this guy is, your coaches are going to dial up plays intended for you, especially on third down. That's what you saw in that last play. There was no question where the quarterback was going with that football. All week long, they decided on the biggest downs of this game, we're going to target our best player, and we're going to make sure that he gets looks. It doesn't matter what the coverage is, and you saw it right there on that.
Good pickup on the ground, and they'll mark him down at the 39. Dropping back, it's Jennings. Gets it out quickly. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a first down. Washington right back to the line. And on that 3rd and short, I don't think he was unhappy to see that zone.
Nope, it was a great job by the offense.
And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
Quarterback sacks is a trend that this offense would like to put an end to pretty quick. Somehow they were able to win their last game out, even though they gave up 4 sacks in that one. That was a huge point of emphasis for this coaching staff. And here early in this one, first quarter, they've now already given up 1.
This drive facing a little adversity now. A 10-yard loss leaves him with 2nd and 20. Trying play action. He'll take a shot. Reels it in the end zone. Touchdown, Washington. Well, they started with horrible field position, but ended with perfect field position in the middle of the end zone.
It all comes down to execution, Reese. You've got to have guys going out and doing their jobs. You saw the offensive line up front. They were physical. Skill players made it happen with the ball in their hands, and the quarterback really showed command on that last drive.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. So the TCU Horned Frogs offense will go to work for the first time today. And who says you can't find big-time tight ends anymore? Both of these teams certainly have.
In modern college football, Reese, tight ends are becoming a bigger and bigger part of offenses, and what a treat today. We get 2 of the best in the nation.
Yeah, going head-to-head, catch for catch. I'll be interested to see which offense uses them differently and can find ways to maximize these guys' strengths, because they're ballers.
To throw, it's Babers. And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. This crowd going to try to make life miserable for these guys. Fires to the wideout. On target to the left. Oh, look out. There he goes. The 10. Touchdown, Horned Frogs. And once he got loose, it was all over. That was a lightning-fast drive that ends with a touchdown.
If you can string a few more drives like that together, man, we might as well get our popcorn out because we're going to get a lot of scoring.
Getting set for the point after. Right down the middle. Quick strike offense on that three-play scoring drive. And they finish it with a flare, a 77-yard touchdown pass. He'll start the return inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. The running back has it. Just searching and working for the running room as he gets it out to the 26. Washington wants to go quickly. On second down, looking again to throw. Snagged in the middle. It's Hines. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the first down. A lot of urgency for this offense. Running back searching for a hole. And they'll spot it at the 45. That's good enough for a first down. The Huskies come to the line with a new set of downs.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again, right? It's been really hard for this offense in this game to run the football, but they finally break off a big run there. That could be the play they need to really generate momentum and get this run game going.
Wide open downfield. He got loose, almost housed it, finally dragged down at the 32.
Really nice looking pass there. You think about all the great Washington quarterbacks, right? Warren Moon, the Heward brothers, Mark Brunell, Jake Browning. The greatest quarterback name in college football history, Sonny Six Killer. That guy was throwing seeds at the University of Washington. This dude right here, putting on his best Sonny Six Killer impersonation.
After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. Back to throw, it's Jennings. And the quarterback is toast back at the 35.
And the big defensive tackle getting off the rock. Nice job seeing play action, understand his pass, beats the guard, gets to the quarterback, and gets the QB on the ground.
They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, you'll have to turn it loose deep. And the defense gets loose, bringing the heat, and down he goes again. He is a menace rushing the passer, career sack number 20.
I mean, some people just have a knack for getting to the quarterback. What a great job throughout his career. Getting there, getting him down, getting pressures. He has been a quarterback's worst nightmare.
I was just going to say, David, you don't sleep well as a quarterback the night before you have to play against this guy because he is going to sack you. That is a guarantee. Death, taxes, and sacks for that guy.
TCU has it back and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Makes the grab. Just what the doctor ordered to get away from the shadow of that goalpost and pick up a 1st down at the 23. They'll try the right side. Yeah, it's a bit of a surge, and he's knocked down after picking up 3 to the 26. Got 3 on 1st down at 2nd and 7. Off the play fake. Got it in the middle, it's Hester. Turns it on at midfield. And they'll do more than move the chains. They'll move that thing more than 30 yards down the field before he's finally stopped.
Really nice job working the crossing route there. And I love the separation at the top of the route. He put his foot in the ground, he used his speed, and that allowed him to make the catch and get a few more yards after the play.
The feel of this whole drive changed on that last big play. They've got it 1st and 10 outside the 30. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Caught behind the line. It's Williams. That's a really good tackle there, giving up some size and still making the play. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. And they'll send out the field goal unit. And there is a degree of difficulty with this one, a 47-yarder from the right hash. He's got it, showing off that big leg from 47 yards out.
That makes the score TCU 10, Washington 7.
They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. And he takes this from inside the 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Shakes off the defender. Just gets it to the 28, pickup of 1. Washington right back to the line. The give on the inside. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. And they'll move the chains and get it to the 47-yard line. Offense trying to keep them off balance on 1st and 10.
Man, I want to be a running back in this offense. When you take that handoff to the right, you see that blocking and all the holes open up. That's a good sight for a running back.
You've heard of read and react. I think the defense read it. They just didn't react very well.
Well, when you got that kind of a line, just all that push they're getting on that right side, they just pushed the defensive lineman back, got in the linebacker's laps, and man, oh man, it was brutal up front.
He finds his man. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. Fires deep toward the end zone. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. Washington sends out the punt team. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 20. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. They kicked a field goal on the last drive, Jesse. They've got the lead. Don't make a dumb mistake, but maintain your aggressive play calling.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think it's for the play caller right now, just taking a look at that script he's got in front of him and finding out where are my playmakers, who can we take advantage of on this defense to get a touchdown here.
Yeah, and just keep moving the ball down the field, just to execute a little bit better in the red zone. There's no need to panic. We're moving the football, and we got the lead.
He'll make a play on 3rd down. He's got enough for the first as they mark it at the 32. The Horned Frogs come to the line with a fresh set of downs. The pull and throw off the RPO. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down mark. Picked up some yardage on the ground. Now here comes 2nd down. Catch in the middle. It's Hester. They'll get him on the ground at the 46, and it'll be a 1st down. And the Horned Frogs are moving quickly down the field. They'll try the run.
QBs, when you see zone coverage, man, can you manipulate defense when you have a good pocket and you've got time to throw. You had a little bit of time to throw. You can move guys with your eyes. That drag comes wide open. Good throw, good catch, 1st down.
They've got it 1st and 10 from the 25. They go to the ground. And he does a really nice job finding open space and making a good gain before the stop is made. Power football with the run. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. This crowd knows they have to bring it in big moments, and one of those has arrived. The Horned Frogs will move the sticks. Inside the 15, 1st and 10 from the 14. Now he's looking to throw it. He caught it. They go up top to get it down to the 5-yard line as they try to pay off this drive. Leaves it with the running back. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, TCU!
TCU.
They just took the air out of that thing. That might be an understatement. They took the ball away and just wore down, just grinded away at that defense.
And took a lot of time off the clock in the process as well. I'm impressed with the physicality up front of this offense, because that's where it all starts. If you're going to march the ball down the field like they just did, you've got to be dominating in the trenches, and they are doing that in this game right now.
And with the extra point, they're now up by a touchdown and a field goal at 10. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Kennesaw State has the lead right now, but this crowd is restless. They just haven't been able to separate themselves yet today. They're up by 7 over Western Kentucky. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere.
Listen, guys, this is one of the top 10 passing offenses in the entire country. Maybe they're trying to catch the defense napping by going goal line and running the football. Not a lot of success on that last play. Hey, bud, get back to doing what you do best. Throw the ball.
And there were no creases or crevices to run through, and they shove him out of bounds. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Now he's going to glide away from pressure. They make the stop, but what a job on the scramble to get loose and pick up that first down.
He's got such good awareness in the pocket. He does a good job of feeling the rush, and you know it's a pass, and you want to keep your eyes downfield, but he sees an opening, and if he sees an opening, he's got the ability to go get it and get a first down.
Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be 2nd down. Got it behind the line. It's high. Washington wants to go quickly.
Listen, nice completion, short game. Now you get to 3rd down. 3rd down's more manageable. But guess what? If I don't get it on 3rd down, I still got that 4th down in my pocket. Nowadays, analytics, we're going for it anyways.
On 3rd down, going up top. He's right on target. And he'll have enough for the first down at the 42. Looking to push the pace with the no-huddle.
Talk about having a day. We're not even done the first quarter yet. This receiver already has...
Fires a bullet. Now it's picked off. Couldn't find much breathing room to return it, but the interception has this offense in business at the 27.
Tell you what, defensive players don't always see where the ball is. They see the receiver and they get to chase him, but really good job seeing where the receiver is, going and making an interception, making a big play, getting the ball back to your offense.
TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. There wasn't much need to throw it around on that last drive for the touchdown, Jesse. They got it done running the ball. Fires one high and deep. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. Touch pass on the run. The spin, still on his feet. They got him free for a big gainer down to the 43.
I love this type of play because it looks like a jet sweep. The defense, they're a bit confused pre-snap. They don't know who has the ball, and all of a sudden, that guy with his speed is in the 2nd level of the defense before the defense even knows what happened.
And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Got a little work done on 1st down, now back to the line. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. Got his man on the outside. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. Gets the first one of the day off, and hoping he's not as busy as he was in that loss last week when he kicked it 4 times. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Trying to move them on the counter. And how about that play by that giant, that mountain of a man on the defensive front? Pre-snap motion quarterback trying to get a read. Takes the easy completion. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. And the Huskies will hustle to the line. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up on the ground here. And the defense knew exactly where that first down line was, and they stopped him short. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. He'll be content with the field position, making the fair catch right around the 30-yard line. First snap of this drive will come from their own 32. From the gun, the ground game. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. Went to the running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Right back to the well. And he's able to bounce off 1 tackle, but still not a whole lot of running room. Here on 3rd down for this offense. They'll try to get the first through the air. Got his man. They get him on the ground, and with that, we'll head to the 2nd quarter. That's the end of the quarter, and TCU has the lead. Really strong performance so far to be able to build a lead here in the first period as we look at the stats. They largely dominated the first quarter and built a nice lead to get started. And the Horned Frogs will have it 1st and 10. They'll keep it on the ground to the right.
That's a great individual play, and I love cornerbacks that don't just take pride in covering guys. I like guys that like to put their face in the fan and affect the running game. This dude is physical, and he impacts the defense because of it.
And those guys are really hard to find. A lot of corners, they're smaller. They don't want any part of the physical run game. Nice job sticking his face in there, setting the edge, making the tackle.
Finds his man. It's Williams. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. A late hit moves the ball up 15 yards. The offense will gladly take a fresh set of downs after the penalty. Looking to throw, it's Babers. Just a short pass to the tight end. And an absolutely fearless tackle, giving up size, still got him on the turf. Off play action. Unloads to the wideout. On target over the middle. They get him stopped at the 5-yard line, but it will be 1st and goal from there. Fires into the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Horned Frogs. No midseason concentration laps here in Week 7 as they push out that lead.
Great execution on offense, and you know you're expecting man coverage in this area of the field, down close to the line of scrimmage, so the receiver has got to be able to win one-on-one, and he did just that on that TD.
PAT unit on the field. And with the extra point, they now have a 3-possession lead at 17. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
24, Washington, 7.
On the move from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Trailing now by 17, David, this is an opportunity that they need to answer.
And down by 17, it's not panic mode yet. Like, I know we just gave up some points and our defense hasn't played great, I think this offense can still be who they are and stay consistent.
No doubt, lots of football to go, but you do get the feeling this is the time of game where, it could get bad. If you don't score and all of a sudden they get the ball back, they take it down the field and put some points up, this thing might be over. So absolutely, this quarterback, he wants to drive this offense down the field and at least put something on.
And they'll spot it at the 38, and that'll be plenty for the first down. 3rd and short, and I guess the only thing they really took out of play in the shotgun was the quarterback sneak.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I like to do, Reese. I mean, 3rd and inches, I want to run the quarterback sneak, run the football, but this team fully comfortable throwing the football, and you see why. Easy pitch, easy catch, first down.
Washington right back to the line. Back to throw, it's Jennings. Got the quick pass. Still running at the 40. Big play for this offense. They get it to the 32. Washington has a lot of things working, set up with another first down. Caught in the backfield, it's Hines. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone, and still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. They could have used a little bit more there. Pick up of 3. It's 3rd and 7. Boy, they'd love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Snagged in the end zone. Touchdown, Husky.
The great thing about spreading a defense out, I can see where the blitz is coming from. I can see where they're weak. I can see my matchups. Nice job by the offense. Spread them out, taking advantage of their matchup, and getting in for the score.
Ready to try the point after. And the extra point is good, but they're still down 24-14. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Terrific showdown this week, guys. Let's take a look at what's going on. Mississippi State is ahead early in Stark Vegas, but that's not exactly Dak Prescott out there. This game is a long way from being over. They're up by 7 over Arizona State. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. On 2nd down, he'll try to make the connection this time. They're trying to get to him. And he will be sacked at the 6-yard line.
This is a good sign for this defense. The rate they were going, not touching the quarterback, him already having 2 touchdown passes in the first half, this was not going to be a fun football game to watch. Now they're turning the tide a little bit, getting a little bit of pressure, getting a sack.
Listen to this crowd just shaking the girders of this place, trying to help their defense. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. And this defense has maxed out this pressure. Another sack.
Well, the offense got themselves into trouble. They're back in their own end. It's an obvious passing situation, so the defense is just pinning their ears back, and they're trying to get after him. They could not allow him to escape, step up, get rid of the football. They take a sack very close to the goal line.
The Horned Frogs decide to punt it away. 3 and out, and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. He just wanted to get it out of there from his end zone. Fair catch, called for and made. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. The touchdown drive cut the deficit last time they had it. Forced the punt. Now a chance to really make this a football game.
And I think if you're the offensive coordinator here, you're revisiting that last drive and asking yourself, okay, what did I call? What worked? What can I keep dialing up so we can keep scoring?
Dang right, because you got the momentum. You're back in this football game. Everything is going your way. Your defense just contributed, so that lead they had, just keep chipping away, and who knows what will happen.
He's got 99 yards on the ground, and he has his eyes fixed on leading the nation in rushing. Off the play fake on first down. Now he's going to break the pocket. He'll pull it down. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Washington wants to go quickly. The give out of the gun. Running behind those pads, he gets a couple before he stopped at the 18. Let's see what they do on third down. Looking downfield, it's Jennings. And the rush will get to him at the 25. The defense coming up big there, and the sack is great, but the secondary deserves some credit too.
No doubt. When you can cover like that in the secondary and drop back in your zone and only rush a few, and you feel comfortable getting home and they're going to get to the quarterback, that is a great feeling, and that's fun to be a defensive coordinator calling the plays.
Now on fourth down, they'll send out the field goal unit. Right down the boulevard, it's good. So they were able to put up a 3 spot on that last drive, and now the kickoff team out there as they prepare to put boot to leather. On the run from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. The give to the back. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26. Got 6 on first down. Now a lot of options on second and 4. He's looking to throw. Got rid of it just in time. That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Complete to the left. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. And the Horned Frogs will snap it on first and 10. The give to the back. Found enough room to get it into enemy territory. They're down at the 43-yard line. First and 10. The back goes in motion. Looking for a man. It's Babers. He's got him in the flat. And good blocking in space out there to give him enough room to pick up the first down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. They'll throw it on first down. Fires to the wideout. Grabbed in the middle. It's Hester. And it is a chunk play. A huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end. The give to the tailback. Able to pick up a couple before he's knocked down. They mark it at the 10. Operating in the red zone here on second down. They'll leave it with him. They get him down after a 4-yard gain to the 6. They'd love to pick up this third down and get a fresh set with first and goal. In the gun and looking to throw on third down. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
This offense is going to have to come up with a plan to block this guy. He is an absolute monster, and he showed you all his tools on that sack.
Now on fourth down, they'll settle for a field goal try. And this one splits the uprights. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
TCU 27, Washington 17.
So after the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. Here he comes from inside his own 5. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. They are trailing by 10 here, Jesse, but this is the type of team that seems comfortable in an offensive shootout.
You got to hold serve at this point, right? You got to drive the field, put some more points up on the board. Yeah, they just scored. You can answer that now and keep this thing close, Dave.
And I think you're used to that as offense. Like, football is so fast-paced now and you score so quickly, it's not that big of a deal to get down 10. You keep being you, keep being aggressive.
He now has 110 yards rushing, and that should be no surprise. He's been among the nation's elite all season. They'll run it from the gun. He's got enough, and it'll be a first down for Washington. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wide out in motion. Try to get the edge with a quick touch pass. Nice pickup there. Gets him the first down and sets him up at the 45-yard line. Washington right back to the line. Back to pass. It's Jennings. Lets it fly. Hits him in stride inside the 10. And he ran away from the defense to take it in. Touchdown, Huskies.
Well, he's just running straight down the field. The thing you got to look at there is the velocity on the throw by the quarterback. He didn't lob it. He got it to him quickly, put it on his body. He was able to make the catch and then run it in for a touchdown.
On to attempt the try. And it's up and good as they draw just a touch closer. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. Leaves it with the back. They'll knock him down after a pickup of 1 to the 18. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Fires to the big fella. And he might be known for run fits, but that was a sure and heavy tackle on the tight end. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Got it set up on the outside. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. The Horned Frogs come to the line with a new set of downs. They'll go back to the ground. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Quickly out to the tight end. How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him, too. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. From the shotgun, they'll run it. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the first down play. And now on 2nd down for this offense. Looking to pass. It's Babers. Oh, he makes the catch. And the completion gives him a fresh set of downs and keeps this drive moving. Offense lines up for a 1st and 10 from the 43. They'll give it to the back. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Win with the running game on 1st down, now back at it. He's looking for an open man on 2nd down. Quarterback extends the play. And he can't find a receiver, and down he goes.
Well, with his speed, they're going to keep blitzing him over and over because you'll get results like that right there. Kind of reminds you of Joe Kelly, a great linebacker at Washington in the 80s, or maybe Mason Foster as well. Those guys can go sideline to sideline, but they can also blitz. This guy can do it all.
It's 3rd down now, and they ought to be able to get off one more play before the 2-minute warning. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and we'll see if the offense can build on this lead before the break. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And the Horned Frogs will bring the punt team onto the field. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. This is a game of swings and momentum and a great opportunity here after scoring on the last drive, getting a stop, and now you have the football back.
They're playing well right now in all three phases, and they're complementing each other. So now, David, it's up to the offense here. It's up to this quarterback to lead this offense down the field to get a score.
Yeah, and just stay aggressive. To understand we've had success, we got this going the right way. Now I don't need to change anything. Go back to your go-to plays. That's now got you some momentum back in your favor.
He's going to pass on second down. Makes a connection. And he breaks into the open. And the catch and run into the end zone. Touchdown, Husky.
Man, I just love the execution by this offense. Late in the half, man, you want to take the lead. You want to get that momentum on your side, and they do it. They finish it with the passing game. And I'll tell you what, keep that passing game up. You can keep this lead, keep the momentum, and keep putting up numbers.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is good, and it's a 4-point lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Jacksonville State is ahead in this one. This team plays a fun brand of football there in CUSA, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Liberty.
They're going to open this drive with a pass. Makes the catch.
Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. It's in. Completed. He's lucky to get that one back. Almost intercepted. Decibels rising as the crowd gets behind this defense on third down. Throws to the wideout. Complete to the left. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down. A timeout is called as this offense tries to find a way to get more points on the board before the half. Got his man quickly. And they bring him down, but did you see this freshman rifle that thing in there? To the air on first down. Forced out of the pocket. He was able to squirt free and pick up just a few on that one. They'll try to kick it into overdrive. Clock's running. Second down coming. To the air. It's Babers. Caught. Just making a play. Getting it to the 23-yard line. It'll be first down. There's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half. Wants to throw on first down. Didn't have much of a choice there but to get rid of it. And here on second down, they'll send out the field goal unit to try to get 3 before the break. And this one will be a 40-yard try from the left hash. And it's right down the boulevard.
That makes the score. Washington, 31. TCU, 30.
That late in the half field goal always gives you a little boost going to the locker room, and they'll need to finish off these final few seconds and not allow them to answer. But see what he can get done from inside his own 15. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. We've played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Guys, who's had a better seat there in Seattle for an interesting first half than you? Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those first downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to 2 of the best receiving corps in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. And with that, let's head back to the gorgeous Pacific Northwest and the fellas at UW.
Washington about to put it deep to start things in the second half. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Tight game as we start the third quarter, and we'll see what type of adjustments they made at halftime.
And getting the ball first here, I think, is such a big deal. Like, I get the first chance to make a statement, to make the adjustments, to create some momentum for my squad right here in the third quarter.
Yeah, I think it's so important for this offense to set the tone here early in the second half, to get a nice drive going, build that confidence, and get your defense ready to come.
Open runway ahead. They ripped off a big one, and they get it down to the 27.
This defense really needs to be careful, and they have to play with great eye discipline, understanding where the football is at all times. Moving forward, they have got to know if this guy has the ball, because he is dangerous in space.
Back to pass, it's Babers. And a little too much adrenaline on that throw never gave his receiver a chance. Couldn't make the play on first down. They'll try it again, 2nd and 10 from the 27. Nice move to keep moving. Worked it down to the 22-yard line. Give him 5 on the carry. Ball's at the 22. 3rd and short coming. Can the defense force him to settle for a field goal? Grab behind the line. It's Hunt. He couldn't find anywhere to go, and now it's 4th down. So here comes the field goal unit again. This kicker has already made 3 in this one. It's good. And now they take the lead.
That makes the score TCU 33, Washington 31.
So they're lining up to kick it off after that last drive. Put a 3 spot on the board, and now the defense will try to shut him down. And he takes this from inside the 5. And the returner could find no daylight. He goes down. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. Good surge up front. Give him 4 out to the 18. The Huskies moving quickly to the line. The handoff as they run the counter play here. Out across the 20 to the 21-yard line, a 3-yard gain. Now the defense will try to rise up on 3rd and short from the 21. Caught over the middle. It's Hines. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. Washington has it and a fresh set of downs.
There's a reason 3rd down is called the money down. What a great find by the quarterback. Great job finding this receiver. At the end of the game, you look at 3rd down percentages. It tells a huge story, and it goes a long way in deciding who wins a football.
Dropping back, it's Jennings. Finds his big tight end. And he laid the lumber to stop him from getting the 1st down. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. Quickly to the tight end. Really nice job there to pick up the 1st down and get it to their own 41. This Washington offense moving quickly down the field.
Well, in that down and distance, the quarterback's got to get rid of it so quickly, right? He knows the defense is going to be bearing down on him, so a nice job catching the gun snap and then turning and pivoting, getting it out of his hands quickly and accurately to pick up the 1st.
Continuing to turn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. The play action fake. Hit as he throws. Pulls it in. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what the call is. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Quarterback stands alone, all wide receivers. On second down, wants to throw. Firing to the right, complete. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. Fast motion from the offense. That'll be enough for the first down as they stop him at the 43-yard line. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Off play action on first down. Pocket starts to collapse. Just gets rid of the football. Nobody to throw it to. It'll be second down. Long drive continues as the offense keeps working the ball down the field. They'll try the right side. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Washington wants to go quickly.
Third down coming up.
To the air, it's Jennings. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback.
And it's been a long day for this offense. If you can't protect your quarterback, it's hard to be successful. That's the 5th sack they have given up. The offensive coordinator has no answers, and this defense has been flying around.
The Huskies will be forced to boot it away. He's getting plenty of work. 4th time we've seen this guy punt it today. Makes the catch, and now looking for just a little bit of daylight. Was looking for more running room and found nothing but more tacklers. He's down at the 24. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Trying to beat the D deep. He makes a catch. Off he goes. And he'll take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, TCU. Did not take long to get into the end zone. Now let's see if this gets this offense to hit overdrive.
And we may have a situation here. We might have points, and more points. You keep putting drives together like that quickly, chewing up that much yardage, defenses are going to have to get something figured out.
Lining up to add another. The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Jacksonville State is ahead in this one. This team plays a fun brand of football there in CUSA, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Liberty. We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Now on second down after the incompletion. Looking to throw, it's Jennings. Quickly complete. Got room at the 35. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. Fresh set of downs after the completion.
That's a really good-looking throw right there, and that was a tight spiral, too. You guys remember the great Washington Husky quarterback Warren Moon? I don't think anybody threw a more pretty ball than Warren Moon did. Tightest spiral I've ever seen. That right there reminded me of old.
And he can't escape, and down he goes.
And you can just see the excitement this defense has every play. They're almost wishing this quarterback drops back to throw because they know they're going to get home to him. That's the 6th time they've registered a sack.
They'll try to keep that sack from wrecking this drive here on 2nd and 15. They'll run play action. Unloads to the wideout. Complete downfield. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. And on that last play, he's now over 400 yards passing.
Well, Reese, if you're going to throw for over 400...
Nothing but green ahead. Into the end zone unimpeded, except for that piece of laundry on the field. This might be coming back. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. They'll go to the ground. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. Washington right back to the line.
Second down coming up.
Wants to throw on second down. Finds his target down the middle. And the catch was one thing, and the run even better. A big pickup on that one. Washington coming to the line with another first down.
Well, they execute the in route. How about the arm strength by the QB? That was an absolute bullet on that completion.
And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Quick pass on the fly motion. Got some room, entered to the goal line. Touchdown, Washington. And they'll put that scoreboard operator to work and put 6 on the board. If you're able to move the ball in a drive like that, the most overrated stat in football would be field position.
Agreed, and I think confidence is big right now after that last drive. To be able to flip the field like that, not just do it, but go down and score a touchdown. Running and throwing. For this offense now moving forward in this game, that last drive is going to pay big dividends.
Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. Here's the return from inside his 10. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. TCU has it back in the Horned Frogs go on offense. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Knocked down after picking up 5 out to the 24. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Dropping back, it's Babers. He's got his man. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the first down. A new set of downs after the completion. Going up top on first down. Throwing right. It's complete. And he's brought down after a nice gain. The offense will put it in play from the 47 on 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. He's got it down the middle. And that's a very productive first down play and bringing up 2nd and 3. To the ground with the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Better find the earplugs. Here comes the noise, backing this defense on 3rd down. Trying to impose their will with the run. He gets it to the 38-yard line, and they'll pick up a fresh set of downs. The offense lining up for a first down play. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. They'll rip off 8 on that play. It's 2nd and 2. Clock ticking away as we have 4 minutes left here in the 3rd. Give to the running back. Tough sledding there as he picks up 1 to the 29. Coming to the line looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 29. Quarterback keeper. Just outside the red zone as they pick up the first down. They'll spot it at the 22. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Movement here from the tight end. From the gun, the running back has it. And he was able to get away from one tackle, but plenty of help was on the way. Decent pickup on that play. He got him looking run, but they're going to throw it. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Looking to throw, it's Babers. Dances away from the heat. And it looks as if he'll pick up maybe a couple. They've got it down to the 3, now it's 2nd and goal. Trying to pound their way in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Horned Frogs!
And the running back gets his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game. You want to continue to feed this guy. You can tell he's got a nose for the end zone, knows how to get in there, knows how to make things happen.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The extra point is good, and they have a 9-point lead. Precise, relentless execution on that 13-play scoring drive. And close the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run. On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance. After the incompletion, it's second down. Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. Throws to the tight end. A strike downfield. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Leaves it with the back. And he's swallowed up at the line of scrimmage by the big defensive tackle. Washington wants to go quickly. Back to the ground with the running back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. And this offense is desperate to keep this drive alive, trailing by multiple possessions, and it's getting late. At the 45 on his way. And boy, is he close to that first down, maybe just a couple of inches short. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Kind of in that in-between spot here. Long field goal. Can't really punt it from here, so they'll try to convert on fourth down. Finds his man, and they convert. They'll mark him down right there, and that'll be enough for a Washington first down. New set of downs after that completion. Here's the handoff. And the defense finally makes the stop after the sweet run and good gain. And the Huskies will snap it on 1st and 10. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Going for it all. And makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown, Washington!
One of the areas they really focused on with this receiver in the offseason was we need you to make more plays for us in the end zone. When we're taking shots, we need you to be able to step up and make tough catches. And David, what a grab right there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with trusting your guy, knowing where he's going to be, knowing when he's going to sit down, when he's not, so being on the same page, and then having a guy that can go get it. Just when the ball is near him, he's going to make the play, just like he did right there for 6 points.
And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. They march 78 yards down the field, and they finish it off with a touchdown toss from the 23. On the run from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. TCU will send its offense back onto the field. Let's see if he can find some room behind the left tackle. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Handoff to the single running back. And this one will be stopped for no gain. The last 2 runs went headlong into a brick wall. Now 3rd and 10. Scanning the field, it's Babers. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
It is hard to continue to get up. Get up like he has, being sacked time after time again. But this QB, this offense, they're undeterred. They're continuing to put drives together, and most importantly, they're winning the football game.
The Horned Frogs will punt this one away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. So from his own end zone, the punt is away. He's got it near midfield. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. These two offenses have been locked in and going back and forth, David.
Been absolutely cooking. I mean, both offenses doing what they want. Now try to continue this, Jesse, down the stretch, stay on fire.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on this offense right now because of the way the other one's playing, so you can't falter. You can't have your service broken. You've got to stay aggressive.
And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Trying to move the sticks on third down through the air. Got his man. He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a first down. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. One quarter to go, and might we have the makings of a classic fourth quarter finish. Just inside the 30 at the 29, it's 1st and 10. He's going to pass. It's complete on the right side. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. Washington right back to the line. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Lets it go to the end zone. He was open, he had it, and he dropped it. Would have been a touchdown. Instead, it's 2nd down. They want to just keep throwing it. Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face 3rd down. Running back searching for a hole. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. So here we are on 4th down, and this field goal kicker is going to face all the pressure in the world. Splits the uprights, it's good. And now they regain the lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. Troy went on the road and silenced one of the most vocal crowds in football. And it's clear this Trojans team has adopted the mantra, let your play do the talking. A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams. But, boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. TCU has it back, and the Horned Frogs go on offense. They'll put the tight end in motion. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. Pulls it on the bootleg fake. Looking for space to the left. He's going to be able to pick up a few yards before the slide. They'll need to convert this 3rd down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. Back to throw, it's Babers. Makes his connection. He'll get it up to about the 32-yard line before he stopped, and it'll be 1st down. And the Horned Frogs come to the line with a fresh set of downs. It's caught. That's the kind of play that can really get you going as they have a 1st down at the 43. He's looking to throw it. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. And that one's incomplete. Big 3rd down as the crowd gets behind this defense. From the gun, wants to pass. A shot toward the end zone. And swatted down by the defense to stop the scoring opportunity. The Horned Frogs will send out the punt unit. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Couldn't get away from that cover team, and they've got him down at the 23. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. They'll try the run. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The Huskies racing to the line in the hurry-up.
And sometimes for the defense, it just takes one play, right, to create some momentum. Obviously, this guy's been eating them up. He's got over 100 yards rushing on the day. Finally, David, they get something positive here in the run game defensively.
But you kind of know that coming in. He's going to get his. Such a great back, and he's had a great day. Need to put more plays together like that right there.
Looking to scramble. And he scoots his way to the 1st down and then slides to avoid the hit. They'll try to snap it quickly.
Well, they've tried to get this quarterback going, running the ball in a variety of ways, and they haven't really been able to kind of break him out just yet until that run right there. Nice individual effort on the scramble. It took a little longer than they would have liked, but maybe that's the play. It's really going to sort of spark this offense and really maybe get this guy going more on the ground.
Looking for a man. It's Jennings. Coming after him. They get to him as he throws. That pass is incomplete, and they're probably fortunate that it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. Using his legs to buy some time. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. Washington sends out the punt team. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Was looking for more running room, but found nothing but more tacklers. He's down at the 24. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Line gets set, 1st down. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They go to the ground. Not a lot of room, but found his way ahead for 2 out to the 26. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Now the play fake. Using his legs, keeping his eyes downfield. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the 1st down, and he slides in safely. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. It's complete to the right. They've done a really good job creating the matchups they want out of the slot.
Yeah, dude, get that guy matched up on a linebacker. That guy matched up on a safety. Keep him away from the corners by putting him in the slot. Get him the football. Let him make plays.
These fans stepping up to help this defense on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Quickly complete. He steps out of bounds, but he's got enough for a 1st down. And the Horned Frogs are on the move. Motion from the offense. Quarterback touch pass on the jet sweep. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Quick strike complete. And they pick up just a few on that completion. They need to get a little closer for a field goal try, and they've got to do it in a hurry. They'll try to pop the draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The Horned Frogs send out the punt unit. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. He shanked it. No return possible on this one. It goes out of bounds, and they'll mark it right around the 30-yard line. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. To the air, it's Jennings. Flips it out in the flat. At the 40, there he goes. And the big gain, and they've got it on the 46. Washington wants to go quickly. Wide receiver now comes in motion. With jet sweep pass. He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a 1st down. Offense, quick tempo. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Caught on the outside. It's Hines. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one.
It's so nice as a quarterback when you've got a guy like that working for you in the slot. He has...
Throws toward the end zone. And that ball was in harm's way, and he is lucky to get that one back. This 3rd down play more than manageable from the 24. Can the defense stand tall? The running back gets his hands on it, but he's not able to stay in bounds. It's 4th down. So on 4th down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. It's good. They were able to get a field goal on the board, and now they'll kick it away. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. They're going to throw it to start the drive. Looking to the big tight end. He's got an open man. And they are pushing the ball down the field. A big pickup on that one, and the tackle is finally made. See if they can turn this drive into points. They've got it 1st and 10 at the 50. Out of the gun to give to the back. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. From the gun, running back gets to give. Brought down at the 32-yard line. Picks up 15 yards on the play and an important 1st down. Might as well give it to him again. And how about the efficiency on that one? It'll bring up 2nd and 4. Tried to pound it on 1st down, now back to the line. To the air, it's Babers. Swings it out to his running back. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give them a 1st down. And the Horned Frogs come to the line with a new set of downs. From the red zone, he's going to throw it. Lets it fly. Touchdown, TCU! And they grab the advantage, taking the lead here in the 4th.
And some of these guys make it look so easy, but these are tight windows down here, man. There's not a lot of space on the field, and he drops back, knows exactly where he's going with the football, throws it in there, makes the play, and more importantly, now his team is in the lead in the 4th quarter.
Needs this one to push the lead to a field goal. He's got it, and the lead is up to a field goal. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they finish it up with a 15-yard scoring toss. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they'd get him on the ground at the 20. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Power football with the run. Nifty run there, pickup of 6 out to the 25. And the Huskies want to pick up the tempo.
Brings up 2nd down.
On 2nd down, he'll fire. Gets it out fast. At the 35, he's got room. And they do a really good job. Not as easy as it looks to get those blocks. And he picks up the 1st down.
And that's why, if you're the offensive coordinator, you've got to find as many ways as possible to get this guy going. Just get him the ball close to the line of scrimmage. Doesn't need to be a throw deep down the field. He's so dynamic when he has the ball in his hands. You saw it right there.
Got 8 on 1st down. Now looking at a 2nd and 2. He'll try it again. He's got enough, and it'll be a 1st down for Washington. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw. It's Jennings. Lost one deep down the right side. Touchdown, Huskies. They move on top here in the 4th.
Love having a guy where the moment isn't too big, and this QB drops back. Nice job. Takes his time, sees the coverage, throws the football into the end zone. Guy makes the catch, and now they have the lead in the 4th quarter. Nice job by this quarterback.
Lining up for the PAT. And the extra point is good, and every point counts. It's now a 4-point lead in the 4th. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Mississippi State has opened up its largest lead of the game in what's shaping up to be one of the more one-sided affairs of the weekend. They're up by 17 over Arizona State. for now, it's back to you fellas. But, of course, if anything changes, you'll see it right here.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Flushed out of the pocket. At the 35, he's loose. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. Moving out of the pocket. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. Line getting set on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Got his man downfield. Really nice job there by both guys to throw and the catch to work that defense and get the first down. He wants to throw. Makes the grab. It's Hunt. And they bring him down quickly, but a good gain there. Now on 2nd down. Touch pass on the jet sweep. He stopped quickly, but not before he has enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Back to the air one more time. They're bringing heat. He looks that one in nicely. And he gets it down to the 4-yard line before he's finally stopped. A terrific run after the catch. With the run on 1st and goal. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. Now 2nd and goal and right in the teeth of this noise. Touchdown, Horned Frogs! They've got the lead here in the 4th.
TCU.
Man, I love this offense being able to run the football late in the game when it matters and punch it in for the touchdown and, more importantly, take the lead.
This one's big to make sure they can't beat you with a field goal. And he knocks it through, and the lead is a field goal here in the 4th quarter. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. They'll run the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Looking downfield, it's Jennings. Finds his tight end. Quick timeout call by the offense after the play, trying to preserve every minute possible. Wants to fire on 2nd down. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throw and catch. Looking to move it through the air. And he can't get it off. Taken down. What a huge play this late in the game. They'll use a timeout here. You have to be certain at this point in the game. Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. Looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Huskies. And inside a minute to go, and they've got the lead.
Really good execution by this offense late in the game, under a minute, score to take the lead. It's what you draw up, it's what you dream about, but now my defense has to go on the field and get me one more stop.
He'll try to tack on one more. And the extra point is good, and every point counts. It's now a 4-point lead in the 4th. They'll need to be very sound here, limit this return, and put this game in the hands of their defense to salt it away. And they'll get him on the ground as the offense comes out to start the next drive. They've got to move quickly here. Still a chance, but they've got to force the ball down the field. He puts a lot of air under it down the sideline. Makes the catch down the right side. Touchdown, TCU! And they've got the lead in the final minute.
I think one of the most underrated things we talk about with a QB is timing. Being able to get the ball out of his hands to his receiver where he can continue to catch the football and run with it. Nice pitch, nice catch, nice play in the fourth quarter when you needed it for this team to take the lead.
If he can make this one, the lead will be 3. And it's good, and he pushes the lead to 3. If only it were always this easy for the offensive coordinators. One play, big chunk yardage, put points on the board just like that. He'll start the return inside his 5. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. And if you list the priorities here, Jesse, first thing, get your kicker into his comfort zone.
It's a balance here between being conservative and being aggressive. You know that a field goal obviously puts you in a position to win this game, but, David, I don't hate being aggressive here either.
No, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm not leaving it up to my kicker if I have a choice. I trust my offense. I make the plays I know I can make. I watch the clock, but I stay aggressive.
Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. And the offense just going to spike it here. Got to get everybody lined up quickly. Time winding away, and they've got to push the ball down the field. Dropping back, it's Jennings. He's taking a deep shot late in the game. And good coverage and better hands by the defender to knock it down in the end zone. No time to waste here. They've got to get set and pick up chunk yardage. And he just throws it away on third down. I don't think you can give up on a play like that. Trailing by a possession, they need to keep the ball. They'll try to convert on fourth down. Pressure coming. A deep throw as the clock winds down. And they finally make the tackle, but this will be a pretty easy conversion for this offense. He'll spike the ball to try to save every precious second he can. A huge pressurized kick coming right now as this game hangs in the balance. They'll call timeout with 9 seconds left on the clock. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. And in the waning seconds of the game, they tie it up.
What a kick for that young man right there. And you just see the way it energized and galvanized his entire sideline. They've tied it up late. This thing's going to OT, and they look like they are ready to rock.
Coming down the stretch in the fourth, and we are all tied up, about set to kick it away. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Probably needed to pick up an extra block or 2, but as it is, he'll be stopped at the 28. Here comes the offense on first down. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. Well, guys, let's play some more. Headed to overtime.
And this just feels right. Both of these teams going back and forth. So, of course, David, this thing needs to get decided in OT.
Let's see who's better. Short amount of time to do it. A couple possessions probably, maybe one possession each. Who's the better team?
All right, guys, so here we go in overtime. And just to refresh everyone's memory, alternating possessions starting on the opponent's 25.
And it's so nice to be on defense first, to set the tone, to understand what you need. Try to hold them to a field goal. The offense knows they can do their job to go out and get a win. Just 2 possessions, Paul. We're like, you got to be at your best.
Yeah, and I love the new rules, too, because in the third overtime possession, it goes to alternating 2-point plays. Back and forth. Who's got anything left in the tank here in OT?
They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5. All wideouts, no backs. To throw, it's Jennings. Finds his man down the middle. They get it down to the 7 on that pass play in prime position for a score. A first down run in the red zone. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. He pushes his way down to the 4 as they get closer and closer. Field is condensed, not a lot of room to work with here on 3rd and goal in overtime. They'll look to throw on 3rd and goal. Touchdown, Husky! They take the lead here in overtime. A methodical drive that they finish off by tossing it to the tight end.
And the tight end, I'll tell you what, this is a position that's evolved so much, right? And you see him move all over the field. It's kind of like, where is Waldo? You got to find this big fella, especially down in the red zone area. This is the guy they're going to target and make the big play, get the touchdown.
Now to push the lead to 7 in overtime. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. They know what's in front of them. They have to answer that score with a touchdown. They'll throw it on 1st down. Fires to the wideout. Working the middle. He's there to make the stop, but not before he sets up this offense 1st and goal from the 7. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. 1st and goal as they try to answer with a touchdown of their own. He's looking to pass. Starting to feel a little pressure. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
I think defenses sometimes get frustrated and you want to get blitz happy and because you give up yards. In this day and age, you're going to give up yards. Who cares? This is the area you're going to bow up. Nice job on 1st down stopping. A couple more downs here to stay aggressive.
These fans raising the volume on 2nd and goal. Back to throw, it's Babers. Looking for the score. Touchdown, Horned Frogs. They got it in, and now an extra point away from the tie.
Obviously very hard to complete passes this area of the field. Nice execution. Now you're down by 1, and now you got to make the decision. Are we going to go for it and try to end the game right here and put this game in our offense's hands? What do you think?
And that's why I love having the ball 2nd, because I get the opportunity to do this. I knew they scored a touchdown. We scored a touchdown. Now, do I want to go for the win, or do I want to continue this game on? It's so nice to have the ball 2nd.
This is like that 2-foot putt. They still need to make it to force another overtime. After taking another look just to confirm everything, the officials on the field got it right. Play will stand. And the extra point splits the uprights. Here in the 2nd overtime, they'll snap it on 1st down. Looking to go up top on 1st down. Finds his man. It's Hester. The noise level is relentless here on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Gets it out quickly. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. 3rd down, and this crowd will blow out a vocal cord to help this defense. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. This thing has been back and forth now. 1st and goal as they try to take the lead in overtime number 2. Relentless, tough running gets it down to the 4.
And down here near the goal line, you've got to be physical. And this guy's proven it today, Palmer. They've given it to him. He's put it in the end zone twice already. I'm going to keep featuring that.
So you know the defense is going to be keying him too, right? Because he's hurting them a little bit in this game already. They're going to be finding a way to try to get some penetration, anticipating this guy to touch it again.
The defense has made it tough, but they'll try to plow their way in here on 3rd and goal in overtime. A run for the quarterback. That just never had a chance as they controlled the middle of the field and stopped him in the backfield on 3rd down. And now on 4th down, they will put it on the shoulders of the kicker to save them with his foot. Timeout is called, and it's the defense wanting to make sure that everyone's on the same page for this big down. first down, and they'll win it with any kind of score here in overtime. Little touch pass to the receiver. Headed to the end zone. Touchdown, Washington. And they take it in for 6 more points. My pulse rate is still through the roof on this game. I would have called that one for free. Wait, I don't want to get carried away there. But it was a really fun game and a great win.
It really was. I know we're all up here. We're bouncing around. We're excited after having seen what we just saw. What a great win for this team to go out and do it in overtime. That's the type of game that fans are going to be talking about for a long time, David.
Great. Yeah, right. If you know Reese Davis, that is not happening. But we got a free game that was awesome. Back and forth, nip and tuck, and bonus time. You got some free overtime play in that one.
That's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, our entire broadcast team, I'm Reese Davis. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Welcome, everyone, and glad to have you with us from Williams-Brice Stadium, home of the South Carolina Gamecocks. Cocky and all of his friends ready to go and amped up for what we have in store. What a game and what potential drama we have in store. You've seen this script before. Top 10 team goes into a cauldron of emotion on the road and just hopes to be able to get out and tell about it. As we'll see a team fresh and ready to go off a bye week, the Alabama Crimson Tide, taking on another SEC rival, the South Carolina Gamecocks. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. And guys, can't wait to get this one started. Alabama about to kick off to get this game underway. And he takes this from inside the 5. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. So the South Carolina Gamecocks offense will start this game off. And here comes this quarterback. This entire offense is built around him. He is the engine of the entire team.
I mean, he's the leader. He's the alpha. Everybody looks towards him. He's been doing it all year long.
And he intercepts it. Knocked down quickly after the pick, but that offense says thank you very much, and they'll have it at the 43.
Well, that wasn't the start they were looking for on offense. They're trying to be aggressive, first play of the game, and throw it. Bad decision by the quarterback, though, leads to an INT.
A first down for the offense. From the shotgun, the inside give. Chopping up this defense, and they've got it all the way down to the 23. It's a 1st and 10. To the ground, he's got it again. Defense there to stop him at the 20. Let's give him 3 yards on that carry. Got 3 on first down. It's 2nd and 7. He's looking to throw. Lets it fly deep downfield. They took a shot at the end zone, and he almost picked it off. It'll be 3rd down. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Pressure all over the quarterback, and down he goes at the 24.
Great timing by the defense there. Obviously, the offense has the ball in the red zone, and you're trying to create a negative play to back them up. They do that with the sack, and if they're now going to try a field goal, it's going to be a little more work for the kicker.
And they'll send out the field goal unit. And he'll need a little distance and to bend it just right. A 41-yarder from the left hash. Kick is good. The offense has 3 points to show for the drive. And with that, they break the seal on the scoring. It's 3-0. After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. On the move from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Well, the good news about this drive, Jesse, it can't go worse than last time through a pick on the first play.
No, it certainly can't. I think one good way, David, to help your quarterback turn the page is just find him an easy completion here and let him get back into a rhythm.
Yeah, or find him an easy handoff. Just hand the football off, maybe get the ground game going, maybe jumpstart this offense a little bit.
They get him stopped at the 32. That's a gain of 4. The Gamecocks want to crank the tempo. I wonder how much fun this is for him. The head coach trying to take down the old alma mater across the way.
Yeah, I think these are always mixed emotions and how you feel about this, playing your old squad. Like, it's something about it, I'm sure, that's nostalgic, and all the memories probably come flooding back. But there's also a competitive element, Palmer, that You want to beat this squad. Like, this is the next team in your way for you accomplishing your goals and dreams.
Yeah, he's probably experiencing the emotional spectrum coming into this game, but make no mistake about it. He has to separate himself from his past allegiances and understand he's the home team. He wants this crowd to get in this football game. You know he just gave a rousing speech to his guys in the locker room before taking the field. He wants to win this game versus his alma mater.
They'll run it from the gun. Nifty little dance step. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down. Pulls and throws off the RPO. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. After the setback, the offense gets set for a 1st and 15. Finds the tight end. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. Leaves it with the running back. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Deep shot for the end zone. And trying to put points on the board on 3rd down. Now they're staring at 4th down. Alabama will bring the punt team on the field. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. And the punt will hit at the 7, and they can't corral it. It goes into the end zone. It'll come out to the 20. Back to the ground game on the left. Fighting off the defender. Stopped at the 25 after a 5-yard gain. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. The pull and throw off the RPO. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense.
And a big key on that throw to the slot receiver, guys, is putting the ball out in front. The location of the throw is what helped that guy get extra yards after the catch.
They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. They're working that left side. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Off the bootleg, wants to toss it. Getting some heat. Couldn't find a man and just had to throw it away to avoid a negative play. And the Gamecocks will try to pin them back with the punt. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. On his way back from the 20. Pretty solid coverage there, and they'll stop him at the 26. Here comes that Alabama offense. The give to the back. And a 9-yard gain on 1st down leaves them with 2nd and short. Pre-snap motion, quarterback trying to get a read. Fires to the tight end. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the 1st down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. Trying to find his man on 1st down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Looking to pass on 2nd down.
And that's where quarterbacks, they got to be very assertive. They got to believe what they see and really pull the trigger. But the longer they wait and they get off rhythm or off timing, a lot of times it ends up in incomplete passes.
Trying to get to it. Trying to make magic with his feet. Got to protect the merchandise. Gets down without taking a hit. Looks as if the Tide will punt it away. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After the quarterback and receiver couldn't connect, it's 2nd and 10. Here comes the option. Good blocking, good running, pickup of 6 out to the 30. The Gamecocks come to the line in the hurry-up. Off the play fake. Feeling some heat. And that pass intercepted. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
Who says defensive backs don't have hands? Nice job breaking on the football and making the catch. A lot of times you see guys swat it down or you see them trying to catch it. It looks like they have 2 left hands. Defensive backs don't catch real well. Nice job breaking on the football. Nice job securing the INT and actually catching it.
The Tide offense rolls onto the field. You get field position like this and you're not likely to punt the way they did the last time they had the ball.
Yeah, great job by the defense setting them up in an opportunity to get some points on the board quickly.
This is an opportunity you've got to capitalize on, this field position. You must come away with points here if you're on offense.
Pre-snap motion in the backfield. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. Using the quick game. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. They've got it 1st and 10 from the 25. Use the play fake, now to throw. Just a short pass to the tight end. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. Alabama trying to cash in on this red zone trip. On 2nd down, wants to throw it. Quick completion on the out route. Goes out of bounds on the play, and he's got him set up 1st and goal. This offense in scoring position with a fresh set of downs. He's got it! Into the end zone! Touchdown, Crimson Tide!
Love the thought process by the quarterback here on this play. Nobody open in the end zone. Find your check down. Find the running back. He does that, and once this guy's got the ball in his hands, he shows you that elusiveness and his ability to sniff out the end zone.
PAT unit on the field. And with the extra point, they're now up by a touchdown and a field goal at 10. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. K-State has the lead right now. The Little Apple has been buzzing all week, but this game is hardly over. There is time left on that clock. They're up by 7 over Indiana.
They'll run it out of the shotgun.
We are the eyes and ears of the college football fan, and we've got you covered all day here in studio, guys.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. On 2nd down, he'll let it fly. Makes the grab on the left. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. And the Gamecocks headed quickly to the line. They'll snap it from the gun on 3rd down. He took a hit as he threw it and couldn't deliver the football. It's incomplete and 4th down's coming. The Gamecocks will line up to punt it away. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. Here comes that Alabama offense. He'll come out throwing on 1st down. He finds his man. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. The evolution of the Alabama offense has always been built around what does the quarterback do best, and this guy's doing a lot of things well.
And we've seen some sensational ones. And to your point, I like that. Jalen Hurts, really good runner. They built it around his feet. You know, Bryce Young, really good passer. Tua Tagovailoa, really good passer. More about the passing game, explosive passing plays. So they'll do whatever it takes to win.
Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Fires to the tight end. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. On 3rd and long, a check down would be the last resort. And the defense picks up a sack, getting the quarterback down at the 44.
On 3rd and long, you know what's coming. It's exactly where you want to get an offense. The passing game has to come out. You go nickel, bring some more speed on the field, and the defensive line gets home and gets the sack to force the 4th down.
The Crimson Tide will bring the punt team on the field. Make sure that there's not going to be a return on this when ball's out of bounds, and I think they'll mark it right around the 25. Off the play fake on 1st down. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16.
Man, that's an impressive play. This dude is so dominant. And I'll tell you, we don't have enough time in this broadcast to list off all the great Alabama D linemen, especially in recent years. That play right there, that reminds me of a guy I played against back in the day, Cornelius Griffin, playing on the inside of Alabama's defensive line. You knew every single time you dropped back, you were going to have that guy in your lap. He was always pushing the pocket, and he was always collapsing it with his speed and athleticism in his first step. That last play right there reminds me of some of these great players we've seen in the Crimson Tide D-line here in recent years.
On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. And the Gamecocks line up to punt it away. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. Surprisingly makes a fair catch just outside the 40-yard line. The Tide offense rolls onto the field. From the gun, the ground game. Creating some space, getting just enough good blocking, and they've got it up to the 47-yard line. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Got his man quickly. Dragged down at the 43, but it's a pickup of 10 on that one. Now on 1st down from the 43-yard line. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. And he sprints to the end zone. Touchdown, Bama! No midseason concentration laps here in Week 7 as they push out that lead.
And to have a rushing touchdown of that type of yardage, you've got to be able to make something miss. It's one thing to get into the 2nd level, but can you make that last defender miss? And you saw it on that play. Once he was in the clear with his speed, he was gone.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
17, South Carolina, 0.
On the run from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Fires to the big fella. Getting behind those pads and behind a stiff arm to get it out to the 27. The Gamecocks want to move quickly. There's not a lot more beautiful in football than the play action and the open tight end.
Yeah, because it freezes those linebackers. It freezes those safeties because they have to come up for a second and play the run. And then the big tight ends, big targets on the back end can catch the football and make big plays.
Bully ball on 3rd and short. And the Gamecocks are stopped, but not before getting the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll leave it with him. They keep feeding him in this running game, and the defense is having none of it. It's been that way all day. They try to pop a run on the draw. He got a bunch and looked close to getting a lot more, but he's got the 1st down. The Gamecocks are moving quickly down the field.
And here we go. If you're an offense, you got to get that ground game going so you can have some balance, and then you give it to your quarterback, Palmer, and let him make some plays down the field later on.
Yeah, exactly. And coming into this game, this offense knew they were going to have to some way, somehow, at least establish a semblance of a running game for exactly what you just said. You got to be able to use play-action pass later in this game to get some explosive plays down the field. And it's a play like that we just saw, which can help them get that going.
Off the RPO, complete. They get to the line quickly.
Second down.
Keeping it on the ground with the running back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. They're trying to get to it. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. And the Gamecocks come to the line with a fresh set of downs.
Nice job. Nice way to end that play for the QB. He does a really good job scrambling, getting the first down, and getting down. Because defensively, I'm trying to get a lick. Anytime I can hit the quarterback, that is a win.
Hit hard just as he released it on first down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. Fires to the big fella. And with that stop, we are headed toward the end of the first quarter. Both teams wanted to establish the run, and they have done exactly that in the first quarter.
South Carolina, 0.
This could be a pivotal moment in this game as we open the second period and they try to find a way to answer. Out of the shotgun on third down. Got him downfield. So close to that end zone, he can almost taste it, but it'll be first and goal for this offense.
Third down and short is exactly what you want in offense because you can run the football, make the defense suck up, but you can also throw it. Nice execution, third and short, now set up in a first and goal situation.
After another clutch third down conversion, it's first and goal. Trying to barge in. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Can the defense stop them again on second and goal? They move the tight end all over. On second and goal, he gets another chance. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. Third and goal for the offense. He'll do it himself. They were all over him, nowhere to go as that third down play turned into a disaster. It's fourth down, and they'll try the field goal. Field goal is good. After putting up a 3-spot, the kickoff unit set to go. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. Here comes that Alabama offense. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down.
Well, obviously, at this point in the first half, the defense is finding themselves in a hole. You just get the feeling if they're going to get back in this, they're going to need more plays like that. They're going to need sacks. They're going to need turnovers. They're going to have to create negative plays to get themselves some momentum.
This offensive line has just been unable to keep them away from the quarterback. Now it's second and long. They'll give it to the back. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. He now has 110 yards rushing, and that should be no surprise. He's been among the nation's elite all season. It's on target and complete. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. Alabama will bring the punt team on the field. Fourth time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Fair catch called for and taken at the 30-yard line. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. They're going to have to be more aggressive in this drive. You can't expect to win this one, David, kicking field goals.
No, especially when you're trailing. You got to have a little more urgency and maybe a little more aggressiveness, Jesse. And field goals are not going to get it done down the stretch.
Yeah, you're going to have to take some shots, no doubt. Bottom line, when plays present themselves, you've just simply got to make it.
They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. The Gamecocks in the hurry up. Quickly complete. Good tackle there to stop him short of the first down. It'll bring up a big decision. They bring the punter onto the field now. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. He'll try to field the punt and see if he can give his offense better field position. He'll be brought down, but there is a flag on the field. Let's see what that was about. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. One man in the backfield, and he gets it. And a pickup of 8 opens a world of opportunities on 2nd and 2. Tempo and overdrive. Looking to throw on 2nd down. Quickly out to the tight end. He's run out of bounds, but he's got enough to move the sticks. And the Gamecocks will line it up on 1st and 10. Running back goes in motion.
Well, they pick up the first against zone coverage. The biggest key there is the quarterback understanding that A, it's zone, but...
Touchdown, Gamecocks! Reeled it in and just made the house call.
Quarterback's abilities to read the field is huge, and also the anticipation, the time. To be able to throw the football, Jesse, and hit a guy in stride so he can get run after the catch and get in the end zone, that was a nice job by the quarterback.
Yeah, it's critical, David. Listen, a lot of times, touchdown passes aren't thrown into the end zone. You've got to read the coverage, hit the open guy, and let him do the rest.
On to attempt the try. And it's up and good as they draw just a touch closer. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. North Carolina is down right now, but that kid on the defensive side, I know this is a big statement, but he looks like a young Lawrence Taylor. Do not rule out a comeback.
From the gun, they'll try the middle.
They're trailing by 10 to West Virginia. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. He's looking to throw. Quickly to the tight end. And that is good versatility there and a big hit from the backer in pass coverage. These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. They finally get him on the ground with a big running play moves the change for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. The back goes in motion. Finds his big tight end.
And that's why QBs love their tight ends so much, right? Especially when they're athletic, because they make short throws turn into long gains. Because of his ability after the catch, it's so unique and special. He is dominant in this offense.
Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. How aggressive might this play call be on 3rd and short from the 46? They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. They finally make the stop, but the big run is plenty to move those sticks for the first down. And here comes play number 6 of the drive. Leaves it with the back. The pirouette on the run.
Listen, defense is about energy. It's about passion. It's about physicality. They need a little bit more of that. Get the guy on the ground. You can't let guys break tackles. What could have been set up in a long yardage situation, now it becomes an easier situation because you couldn't get him on the ground.
And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They've been running it, but now the pass. He's got the tight end. And that was some kind of collision between a couple of big bodies there, and he stopped from getting the first down. On second down, looking to throw. And he was hit just as he was releasing the pass, and it falls to the ground incomplete. They'll come to the line needing 4 yards for a first down. They're already 2 for 2 on this drive. He's got his man. Touchdown, Alabama! Made the grab and finished the deal in the end zone.
Really nice job working the route and getting himself open. He was able to locate the football, snag it out of the air, and this guy now has 5 receiving touchdowns on the year.
Ready to try the point after. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. They march 72 yards, and they close the deal with a 16-yard throw for the touchdown.
South Carolina, 10.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. They're trying to crease them off the left tackle. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. The give on the inside. They shut it down quickly, but he gets 2 out to the 18. When you've already sent your punter out 4 times, at least he knows he's going to get his varsity letter, and his leg might get a bigger workout if they don't convert. Safe completion on the screen. Not a whole lot of room there on that screen pass as it just never developed. The Gamecocks will bring the punt team onto the field. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Little pressure on the coverage team there, and they'll stop him at the 47-yard line. Guys, this offense will go back on the attack. The give to the back. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the first down play. Here comes the offense on second down. Give to the back. At the 35, he's open. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. What a performance this guy is turning in. You know, Derrick Henry had a great 2,000-yard season, bunch of 150-yard games. This guy's looking like that right now.
And if you're comparing him to somebody like that, you know he's happy. And you know he's eating. So continue to feed him the rock. Let him do the rest. Having so much success on the ground, it's hard for me to say, hey, let's be balanced. No, give that guy the ball and let him use his balance.
Alabama rolling quickly downfield, set up with another first down. Quick strike complete. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Hand off from the shotgun. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. Alabama comes to the line with a first and goal. Try to barge their way in. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown time. Well, 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 somebody's been doing their box jumps.
You ain't lying. Getting up in the air. Hey, listen, I'm taking a picture of that, saving it. That might be my screensaver on my phone. That vertical way up in the air.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They went 54 yards on that last touchdown drive. And they capped it off with a 1-yard plunge. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the returner will be brought down. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. A little pre-snap eye candy for the defense. Takes the easy throw in the flat. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. And the Gamecocks moving quickly to the line.
Brings up second down.
On the ground with the counter. Picks his way ahead. He'll get 5 out to the 17-yard line. This is the type of play that can give the offense momentum. 3rd and short from inside the 20. From the gun, wants to pass. Can't make the connection on 3rd down thanks to that tough, hard-nosed pass defense, and now it's 4th down. He'll call for the fair catch here. The Tide offense rolls onto the field. The give to the tailback. He is smashing people. And a really nice run and pick up there before the defense avoided disaster and stopped the really big play. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. And the Heat gets home. They knock him down back at the 45.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this defense had some matchups they felt really good about up front, and they won one right there, getting to the quarterback, creating a negative play, and they're going to need these guys to start winning more of those because they are finding themselves in a hole here early in the game.
They've already racked up big sack numbers. It's starting to snowball, and they are ready to go again. Looking to throw on 2nd down. Bought a little time, lets it go. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. To the air on 1st down. Can't find the man, and he'll be knocked down at the 40.
You want to change some of this bad luck you've had so far around? Get after the quarterback and get his butt on the ground. Nice job by the defense. This game ain't over. It's still the 1st half. This is a good start.
These guys are bringing serious heat. They are like sharks swarming and just getting after the passer. Running to the left. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. We might as well state the obvious. 1st and 2nd down didn't work out. 3rd and very long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. Another punt on the way. Got to make sure those hammies and glutes all activated. Don't want any muscle pulls from overuse. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Going downfield for the big play. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. He's back to throw on 2nd down. Complete with conviction on the crosser. And how about that catch and run? So dangerous, this guy. They've been steamrolled so far in this 1st half, David, but maybe a little positive momentum to take to the locker room.
Well, and I like you got the first down of the drive. So maybe you can build on this now. I would play with some tempo, obviously getting closer to halftime here. Maybe create some momentum, get a score here, and cut into this lead.
Offense on the move. A big play there. Gets it to the 30. The Gamecocks are in the hurry-up.
And now the offense just said, oh, you don't think he's going to run it? You're not going to account for him? I'll do that. Great job taking advantage of the numbers. When you're an offense and you have a quarterback that can do this occasionally, it just puts that little bit of doubt in my head, makes me play it a little bit more on defense.
After trying the running game, let's see if they do it again on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Reacted well to the tip, but just couldn't squeeze the football. Instead of the turnover, it'll be 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Just had to get rid of that one to save the yardage on 3rd down. Now on 4th down, they'll send out the field goal unit. Never a doubt. After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. Here comes that Alabama offense. They'll start this drive with a pass. He's going to fire deep. He's got it down the right side. Oh, look out. And he takes it all the way. They couldn't stop him. Touchdown, Crimson Tide.
Man, how hard is it to defend when you have a weapon like this at running back that can play wide receiver? You can design ways to get the football in his hand. Palmer, once you get it in his hands, he'll do the rest.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and oftentimes those are easier throws for quarterbacks. And these running backs, they're just naturally so good when they have the football out in space. Their vision, their creativity, their ability to make people miss. And this guy showed you right there, a difficult guy to stop now if you're this defense moving forward.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Jacksonville State is ahead in this one. This team plays a fun brand of football there in CUSA, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Liberty.
Trying to start the drive with a pass. Finds his tight end.
Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. A timeout is called as this offense tries to find a way to get more points on the board before the half. Wants to throw on first down. Quickly complete. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. And here comes the offense on second down. He's looking to throw. And they got him for the sack. Timeout called here by the defense. It's their first of the half. They'll go to the ground. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. And the Gamecocks decide to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. He only needs a sliver of daylight. That nifty return sets up the offense and negates some of the yardage on the punt. First down here for the offense. He'll start this drive firing. He makes the connection. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. And after that pitch and catch, he's already over 200 yards, and we're in the first half, Jesse.
Man, Reese, he's dialed in right now. He's really doing a nice job seeing the field, reading coverages, and finding his open guy.
This offense will snap it from the 42 on 1st and 10. He's going to pass. Throws to the wideout. And they won't make the connection, looking to make a big play there. Second down coming up. Couldn't connect on first down, now back to the air. Got it set up on the outside. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back.
And there you go. You see, you don't have to throw bombs to get big plays in the passing game. Just screen it to your running back. As soon as he catches it, he gets upfield. And how about the downfield blocking by these linemen and the wide receivers as they rip off that explosive play?
The Crimson Tide comes to the line with the 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Unleashes one deep. He makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Bama!
I'm going to spread you sideline to sideline with all my speed, make you cover the whole field. Nice job by the offense, going with a little spread look, taking advantage of the speed they had on the field, and getting the big touchdown.
Getting set for the point after. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. So they got the touchdown, now going to put it in the hands of their defense to finish off this half.
13.
He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. They'll throw it on first down. Pocket starts to collapse. And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13.
How nice is it as a defense when you can drop 7 guys into coverage, only rush 4, and still get home? That makes you feel good if you're the D coordinator.
Clock still running, almost certainly the last play of the half. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin and our halftime update.
Men, it is hard to beat Columbia when that town is buzzing as it is today. Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those first downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to 2 of the best receiving corps in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. And with that, let's send it back to the guys on the corner of George Rogers Boulevard and Bluff Road, Williams-Brice Stadium.
The Gamecocks will kick it away to start the second half. From inside the 10, here he comes. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. The Tide offense rolls onto the field. They'll open the second half on the ground. They get him stopped after a gain of 4 out to the 28. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Off play action. Unloads to the wideout. It's caught. And he'll be run out of bounds, and these guys are piling up some serious yardage totals. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Floats it out in space. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. This offense has a second down play. From the gun. Give on the inside. And it took the defense a bit to get a handle on him. A little slippery with all those juke moves. This feels like 4 down territory, 3rd and short from the 40. Tackle is made after the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the ground with the back. Fakes his man out. Brought down just outside the red zone. He moves the chains. It's at the 22. Would they go for a big play on 1st and 10? Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. Going for it all. Touchdown, Alabama! And the punishment has been extended. Well, that score leaves you with a burning question. Who had that dude? Whoever it was wasn't close.
No, and the receiver was able to run right by him and get to the end zone and camp out and put up his tent and build the fire and fill up the coffee pot and just about everything else in time before the guy decided to even get remotely close to him.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
52, South Carolina, 13.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Morris. Stopped at the 17, and he's probably second-guessing that return. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. They go to the draw. Able to pick up a couple before he's dragged down at the 19. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. He's looking to throw. Going to try to pop one on the screen. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down.
First down for the offense.
One running back in the backfield, and he has it. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. He's looking for an open man on second down. The quick out. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. Third and short from the 44, and we might know if they plan to go for it on fourth down by what they call here. On the option. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. And the Gamecocks will punt it away on fourth down. They'll look to pin him deep. Just needs a crack to get a return. And he's going to get it up to about the 29-yard line before he's brought down. The give to the running back from the shotgun. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down. After the big play to start, now they are on the move at their own 45. They're going to ride this running back.
Yeah, and listen, offensively, you run the RPOs. You just want positive yards, make the right read. Read the guy. If he wants to drop back a little bit, hand it off, get some positive yards, go on to the next play.
Keeps the legs moving. Another broken tackle. Off he goes. Touchdown time. And the beatdown has ensued. Boy, did he just scorch that defense with that score.
He shows you all of it, Reese. He's got the speed. He's got the agility. This dude's a big-time playmaker. You just give him the ball, and he'll find different ways to kill you on different plays.
Lining up to add another.
The kicker is on for the extra point.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. K-State has the lead right now. The Little Apple has been buzzing all week, and this game is hardly over. There is time left on that clock. They're up by 13 over Indiana.
They're looking for an advantage in the running game to the right.
Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business, gentlemen.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. And the Heat will get home, and the quarterback goes down at the 17.
This defensive end is an animal. He already has 2 sacks, and we're only in the third quarter. I'd move him around a little bit more defensively so that the offense has no idea where he's lining up. Because right now, man, he is feasting.
3rd and 10, still backed up inside their own 20. This drive hasn't really gotten started. From the gun, wants to pass. And he feels the heat coming in. It burns him up. Another sack.
And it's been a long day. I mean, there's not much to point out that this offense has done well. They're behind huge, and they got no shot if they can't somehow find a way to protect their quarterback.
The Gamecocks will call on their punt team. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. Not much room, and it's blocked. Touchdown, Crimson Tide. And the route is on.
And you got to get penetration right away on these punt blocks. They get penetration, get in the backfield, get right in the punter's lap, get their hands on it, and then guess what? Now it's a live football. They scoop it up. They take it all the way back to the house.
Lining up for the PAT. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. You don't see this all the time, but when you do, it is such a momentum swing to block, punt, scoop, and score for a touchdown. What a job by the special teams. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Give to the running back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. It's a draw. Just searching and working for the running room as he gets it out to the 26. Facing a 3rd down and short from the 26. Looking to throw for it. Throws for the tight end. He's got it. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down.
I know it's something we take for granted, guys, but Hugh did a great job there with the play-action fake. He really took his time and sold it. And that's what froze the linebackers in the second level of the defense to help make that completion a whole lot easier.
They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time and get to that first down marker. Gives it to the back on the draw. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. Looking to pick up a first down on 3rd and short from the 43. And the quarterback is snowed under.
This has been a frustrating day, and I'm not sure it's going to get any better. You're already down huge. Listen, this offense can't protect this quarterback. They don't do anything right now. This defense has had their number all game long.
And the Gamecocks will punt this one away. Now, don't forget, and I'm sure he hasn't, he had one blocked earlier. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Here comes that Alabama offense. They'll run the RPO and throw it right. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Now on 2nd down and short.
Brings up 2nd down.
Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. Pretty good job of running to get there to the 32. Faced with a 3rd and short from their own 32 to keep this drive alive. To the ground to try to move the chains. Still on his feet at the 45. Can anyone catch him? Huge plays like that can change the complexion of a game, and he's got it at the 22-yard line.
Well, the defense knew they had a huge challenge coming into this one. This running back, one of the top 10 in the nation right now in rushing yards, they're going to have to load the box defensively, and they're going to have to get a lot of hats to the football because he is not easy to bring down.
Alabama with a 1st and 10 here. He leaves it with his back. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. And now they've moved into the red zone.
At the 19-yard line. 2nd down coming up.
They've softened them up with a run. Now to throw it. And he avoids the hit and slides after the short gain. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Quarterback now on the run, still looking. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. New set of downs right on the doorstep for this offense. He caught it. Touchdown, Bama! And the pummeling has started. This game must be moving so slowly for this quarterback. He sees everything 2 or 3 beats ahead.
Way ahead. I mean, it's been really easy. I better get some more hits on him. I better do something to make him feel uncomfortable, because right now it's just like, oh, you're running that? Yeah, that's easy. I mean, he's already read your mail. You better change the address, do something different.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
73, South Carolina, 13.
And he passes on the touchback. Here he comes. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. Handoff to the lone back. Finds some space, enough to get 5 to the 22. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Might as well stick with him. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Now facing a 3rd and long. He's looking to throw. Setting up the screen. He gets it so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. The Gamecocks send out the punt unit. And don't forget, he did have one blocked earlier. He'll take it on the return. Looking for running room, he'll get it to the 43-yard line before he's stopped. Offense getting set for first down. He wants to throw. Looking to the big tight end. He's got an open man. Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. They're just trying to flex the muscle. They get him down at the 34 after a pickup of 4.
Second down coming up.
Fast motion from the offense. Quick pass on the jet motion. They get him on the ground after he gets enough to move the sticks. Down to the 16-yard line, it's 1st and 10. Here's the handoff. Just trying to power it ahead. They pick up 5. Ball spotted at the 12. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Running back searching for a hole. Touchdown, Alabama! And the stomping has commenced.
What a day. His 3rd rushing touchdown. And when you got your college fantasy football team going, this guy is racking those points up for you. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And the scoring play came on the 12-yard run.
13.
He'll bring it out. It's Morris. Not nearly as much as he'd hoped when he brought it out of the end zone. He'll be stopped at the 15. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. He found a hole, got about 5. He's down at the 21. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll try the run. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. They've got the screen set up. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. And the Gamecocks will send out the punt unit. Now, don't forget, and I'm sure he hasn't, he had one blocked earlier. He's got great speed. Wide open, and it's a foot race. He'll take it to the house. Touchdown tie. A dynamic, explosive return. The sliver of daylight exploding through it, just vaporizing and reappearing on the other side and housing it.
And punt returners are so quick. You could play touch football in an elevator with them and lose. You can't even get your hand on. They're so quick, so elusive. Does such a great job making people miss, but still going full speed up the field to get all the way to the end zone and score the TD.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Buffalo is in trouble. Check that. They're in a world of trouble. And they want to head out early and grab a table at the Anchor Bowl. They're trailing by 14 to Northern Illinois. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. He wants to pass it on 2nd down. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. The Gamecocks will try to pin them back with the punt. And don't forget, he did have one blocked earlier. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. The fair catch just inside the 40. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. And this guy has some shiftiness to him, and he showed it off to the defense after picking up a few. Got 6 on first down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. Solid fundamentals on that tackle from this freshman. Just this side of midfield, the defense trying to rise up on 3rd and short from the 49. Looks like Alabama will pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're going to go right back to him on first down. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Now he's looking to throw it. Got his man in the middle. Lots of green grass as he gets it to the 31. This Alabama offense is clicking. They're set up with another first down. The give from the gun. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. Went with the running game on first down, now back at it.
Second down coming up.
On 2nd down, he'll let it fly. Makes the catch. Touchdown, Crimson Tide. And the punishment has been extended.
Yeah, and really nice job seeing the middle of the field, seeing I can go deep and attack the middle of the field. And you can tell he runs a post, ball's right on him, catches the football, and then gets to gallop right into the end zone for a touchdown.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put 1 more on the lead. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. And he takes this from inside the 5. Good job by the coverage unit to put a stop to that return. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Coming after him. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
They got more sacks than a grocery store. Goodness gracious. Time and time again, getting to the quarterback, getting him on the ground. This defense having their way.
And now they have enhanced their degree of difficulty on 2nd and long from the 6. He'll keep it himself. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. From the gun, wants to pass. He'll loft one deep down the left side. And the Gamecocks will line up to punt it away. Now don't forget, and I'm sure he hasn't, he had one blocked earlier. Now a fair catch is called for and made just shy of midfield. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. They go to the ground. And they'll drag him down. That's likely the last play of the 3rd quarter. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. Will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. From the gun, running back gets to give. Got room at the 35. And they'll finally bring him down after he rips off a huge play.
Yeah, this offense has had their way with this defense, and they've had a lot of success. And I tell you what, if this defense wants any chance of coming back, they better get physical and stop the run, because right now, this offense is having their way.
He's got it on the move. Touchdown, Bama! And the beatdown has ensued. They build this 4th quarter lead, and they are just minutes away from going 5-0.
And how about that? His 2nd receiving touchdown of the ball game. Find ways to get your athletes the ball. They'll do the rest. That's number 2. They better start playing some better defense, or number 3's coming soon.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And the capper, a 19-yard toss for the touchdown. On the move from inside is 5. And they'll bring him down to get the offense started on the next drive. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Comes out throwing on first down. Finds the tight end. And he might be known for run fits, but that was a sure and heavy tackle on the tight end.
Brings up second down.
On second down, wants to throw. Complete in the middle. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. Going up top on first down. They're bringing heat. Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be second down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Now on second down. After the incompletion, they go back up top. Just flying through the air like a superhero to make the grab. The Gamecocks have their offense in high gear. Looking to move it through the air. And he'll make the grab along the sideline, but is not able to get to the first down mark. Line getting set on second down. He's looking to throw. He looks that one in nicely. They've got it inside the 30. They'll mark it at the 28. It's first down. Now on the option. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Hit a little speed bump on this drive. It's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. And that pass will be jarred loose on second down. That brings up third down. This will be the 8th play of the drive, but a great opportunity for the defense to get off the field. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And the Gamecocks line up to punt it away. And don't forget, he did have one blocked earlier. And they won't be able to down it. It goes into the end zone for a touchback. The Tide offense rolls onto the field. The give out of the gun. On the move at the 30. Out to the 35-yard line and a little extra breathing room with that 15-yard pickup. To the ground. He's got it again. Makes one man miss. They make the stop, and this running game moves the chains as they get the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. Out of the gun, the running back has it. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. We'll see if they go back to the run here on third down. They'll try to run for it. They'll move the chains. Good execution on third down. They've got it at the 41. Alabama comes to the line with 1st and 10. They're going to run it to the right. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Pulls it and fires to the left. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. From the 36, a third down, and you wonder if they're willing to take 2 plays to get the first. Quick pass to the left, trying to get it to the marker. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. He's going to pass. Gets it out fast.
Nice route there by the tight end, making it real easy for his quarterback to find an easy completion.
Offense gets set for 2nd down. He'll just keep slinging it. Throws to the wideout. Makes a connection. And tight coverage right there, but he makes the grab, and they've got it on the 11 and a red zone chance. They'll throw it on first down. Quarterback on the move, still looking. Short gain on the play before he slides. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. The play action fake. Touchdown, Alabama! And the route is on. That'll give them a little more breathing room as they try to push this winning streak to 5. The offense strikes again to extend its lead here in the second half.
And they got everything working. How great is this? You extend your lead, now you get your defense back on the field. Great job taking advantage of the situation and building on that lead.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. Louisiana Tech made it look easy today, but I promise you, there is nothing easy about a double-digit win on the road. And a win like this only confirms there is something special brewing with these Bulldogs. It's one game. You don't want to react too much either way. But I think both teams will leave this one with some things to work on moving forward.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. The drive continues after that fumble scare sent the offensive coordinator's blood pressure into orbit. On second down, just keeps firing. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
I know this defense came into this game hoping to get pressure on the quarterback, but I don't know in their wildest dreams if they ever thought it was going to look this good. I lost track at 5 sacks. They have been all over this quarterback today.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. Trying to make magic on the scramble. And he couldn't find quite enough running room to reach the line to gain. The Gamecocks will bring the punt team onto the field. Now don't forget, and I'm sure he hasn't, he had one blocked earlier. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. Here comes that Alabama offense. That running game was impressive, taking them right down for a touchdown last time, David.
Yeah, just mauling. No secret play calls, just simply we are more physical than you, and we're pounding the football right at you, Paul.
So if you're on offense this next drive, take a look at their safeties and see if they're creeping up into the box. Because of your success running the football, this might be time to take a shot down the field and play action.
And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Looking to go up top on first down. It's complete on the right side. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. Wants to fire on second down. Soft spot in the middle. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be 1st and goal.
There are a lot of offensive coordinators out there in a similar situation with a lead like this. They'd definitely be running the ball at this point. They'd probably take their starting quarterback out of the game potentially, but not this unit. They're still staying aggressive. They're still taking shots. They're just trying to light up the scoreboard.
Trying to break the plane on 2nd and goal. Touchdown time! And the pummeling has started. You see some confidence over there as they're closing in on a Week 7 win. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. See what you hit what you see, bring your feet. Yeah, none of that happened.
Yeah, those are all great things to keep in mind, but you're also trying to tackle another grown man against his will and get him on the ground. And by the way, he wasn't having it.
He'll try to tack on one more. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. On the run from inside his own 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. Trying to find his man on first down. Got his man out of the backfield. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land.
Second down coming up.
He's looking for a man on second down. Fires to the tight end.
That just really nice catch by the big tight end. Throwing those mitts up there and catching the football.
Brings up third down.
They'll run play action. Pressure coming. Unloads to the wideout. A strike downfield. Such a big part to convert these third downs, and they've got it at the 42.
And that's first down.
He'll come out throwing on first down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Back to the air one more time. And that is interception number 3 on the day. Couldn't find a ton of room on that return, but that small change, they take over at the 43.
That's number 2. That's a good year for a lot of people. What a day. Having 2 interceptions already. I might try my hand on the other guy. This guy is not somebody I want to mess with.
The Tide offense rolls onto the field. They'll try to keep this clock moving on the ground. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down.
Brings up second down.
Power football with the run. Crosses the 30. He's got a lane. They wrestle him to the ground, but he's got plenty for a first down. Leaves it with the running back. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9.
Second down coming up.
The give to the back. And they'll bring him to the ground after a short gain. They run into a bit of trouble here. 3rd and long from the 25, and the last thing they want is to get knocked out of field goal range. From the gun, wants to pass. Forced out of the pocket. He'll pull it down and run. They finally get him on the ground, but not before he rips off enough for a first down. When you hit this point in the season, week 7, you sort of turn the corner and you remain unbeaten. At this point, you've morphed into a championship contender.
Yes, but you don't want to peek too far ahead, Reese. You kind of want to be like, nothing to see here, just move on. We haven't accomplished what we wanted yet. We haven't accomplished what we set out to do. It's week 7. I know you guys got bigger hopes and bigger dreams than just being to week 7 and being undefeated.
And guys, I've been really impressed with this team because they just seemed to always have an identity. From the very beginning of the year, they knew who they were, they knew what they were going to go out and try to accomplish and how they wanted to dominate teams. And they've been able to do that to this point. So, David, to your point, just keep getting better every single week moving ahead. And this team could be in the college football playoff discussion.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.